Так, начинаю запись. Так, начинаем запись. Это будет... Какая получается? 15-я запись? Да. Возвращаемся с перерыва. Но. Я хочу сказать следующую вещь. Эти вот это все это. Я пока без вебки, чтобы кушать. Все равно я по большей части читаю, не болтаю. Игра уж такая, поэтому буду кушать параллельно. Вот. Продолжим. 15-я запись. Сразу после 14-й она идет. Тут бы пригодился фонарик, мне написала. Это так странно. Бетонная труба, погребенная под песком и пылью. Полярная куртка, самообладание, трепет. У меня там 4 очка навыка. Деньги еще, господи. Деньги, деньги, деньги.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
Ну и портрет у нее.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways. That's an awful decision. Why would you not want to shield yourself from it? It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing. It's the ULAN frequency. Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
Wow, check out the big brains on you. You're not entirely wrong.
Блин, зарядов мало на
A
здоровье.
pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All
9.
alone out there in the pale, people
Ну не
lose their
знаю.
minds in just a few
Все-таки
years.
конец игры. Мне кажется, в магазинчик уже не сходишь.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Господи, нет, только не бразильские сериалы, нет. Сук, спид.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon.
Not like the murder weapon.
Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
I was, before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by? Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
Они сказали, что на 5 минут, возможно, отходила.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time. Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
She speaketh truth.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain. don't know it, but also,
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
the shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
Угу.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, I'm listening. Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Блин, ну я сохранялся перед этим. Доступно один раз.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. She's refusing to adopt the demeanor of a cornered animal, a leader with no one to lead. She still wants to retain some control of the situation.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering.
Блин, у меня просто пистолет еще есть.
She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea. Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone.
Классе, что ли, получается? Все-таки среди наемников. Или нет? Или да, или нет. Не знаю, посмотрим сейчас.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
Блин, и почему ничего не поднимается? Блин! Я хочу уничтожить этот прибор. Давайте пробуем. Ибо нефиг. Мы здесь закон.
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side.
Сколько я
It's
выкинул?
quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell.
12.
All good, officer. Be careful.
She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
Oh, fuck it.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options. You know. This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives. She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
А, там просто раздвоение такое.
Yeah, I'm sure. I would have done the same had I not
Ну,
believed.
вполне очевидно, что его убили издалека. Эта версия как бы через проработанные навыки понятно.
He could have
Салют
taken
ноты
like
до.
you. It irks him. Then he gets over it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
Друамин. У-у-у-у-у-у. Впереди насколько хватает взгляда, лишь темная вода. Выхода здесь нет. Скоро рассвет. Выхода нет. Кухонная утварь. Она готовила кашу с бананами. Ключ поверни и полетели. Нужно вписать. Извините. Просто манера такая у пения у товарища. Да. Давайте похиляемся немножечко. Тут больше нет. Блин, мне так нравится, знаете почему? Потому что она может просто себя прострелить нафиг. И это великолепно подходит обоим вариантам.
The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
Какая мысль, кстати, стоит? Генератор даты рождения. Давно было спрошено, но что-то как-то это. Сейчас. Генератор даты рождения диска. Оно же там дает... А, логика. Физиология, сложность для всех пассивных проверок -1. Так, ну ладно.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately, like right now.
Аккуратный журнал для записей в коричневом кожаном переплете. Сзади отпечатано название производителя Шнеллер. Он производит впечатление верного друга, одинокого путешественника.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Сердечный Изи снова в деле? В смысле?
It's made of full grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name. Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald.
Деньги!
Architects and engineers.
Деньги, больше денег.
She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously.
Да, немножечко не совпадает как-то с тем, как ее описывали. Но немножечко, я скажу. Портрет, да, как портрет уже женщины средних лет. Но учитывая, что она могла и серость очень часто, или серость работать, что фиг его знает. Может, там это как-то старило.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Hard to tell exactly. It's
Дайте я
mostly
побыстрее
noted
это
down in
буду,
code,
чтобы не
with slight
затягивать.
contact information.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes.
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the short wry observations of people and places, probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. The staff issues, always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal. The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. She is referring to betraying a previous employer. Does this suggest she did it in self-defense?
Может быть, эти... Как там эта компания называлась? Короче, эти ели на самом деле искали эту Руби. Может быть, может нет.
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that.
Ну,
have the risk.
да,
Besides,
типа
I'm not sure
наркоторговец
her life
такой.
as a fugitive is going to be much better than with us. Could have been Titus. Then again, maybe there's a Hardy boy we've yet to meet who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him.
Ну, свои же могли убить этого
One thing is for
наемника.
certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
5. Давайте, я не знаю, еще двоечку распределим. Самообладание там. Вот это вот все. Хотя это конец игры уже почти. Может, все следует до... Мне кажется, тут только и будут красные проверки сейчас. Нафиг вот так вот. Можно еще восприятие качнуть. Я качну восприятие. Нафиг это дерьмо. Все увижу, всех замечу. Никого не отпущу. Я здесь закон. Можно наверх подняться.
The old woman still sits. The buzz of electric lights blends together with the slow rumble of the ocean waves. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now. She keeps humming, nodding her head.
Че-то, блин, расспрашивать всех про все сейчас здесь не очень хорошо. По одной простой причине, блин. Было сказано, что все начнут действовать, как только я поговорю с Руби. Даже с Джойс не хочу говорить. Хотя, возможно, стоило бы. Потому что это последние диалоги.
Stop. Just up ahead. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend, your weapon. The barrels of your Villier's 9mm pistol shine threateningly in the cold spring lights.
Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go.
Good. Be ready to take damage.
Так. Давайте, чтоб лучше стрелять. Что-то чувствую, что сейчас здесь и будет. Всякая фигня. Эквилибристика. Так. Координация или что? Скорость реакции. Восприятие меньше будут с этого. Ну, вот так, наверное, лучше. Давайте еще вот это для эквилибристики. Просто коп. Коп-обормот. Давайте как-то так, наверное. Один шаг я не добежал до этого. Один шаг. Их трое. Раз, два, три. То есть не 3 наемника сюда приезжало.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right, shut up. Not gonna talk yourself out of this loincloth shit, fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful.
Деполь? Я ее не видел, значит, это та девушка была. Ну вот этот кто? Стоп! Они своего убили, чтобы повесить все на них? Винтовка, из которой могли стрелять. Почему они тогда своего... В смысле, убили своего? Наемники настолько друг друга не любят?
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street? This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Гард стоит, кстати.
Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower.
Рассуждение.
Peaceful.
Клоен.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss
А,
it?
мы отсюда подошли.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene. The Mercenary Tribunal. If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Это чел. Они убили своего, я в это уже как бы не...
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Не сомневаюсь.
Pig fuck!
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it.
Я сохранился перед этим.
Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first.
Нет, риторика. Они уже готовятся стрелять.
This is it, the big one. If you talk to him, he will rattle you, not the other way around. Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down.
Легендарно 4.
Please.
Знаешь о Даунвелл? Что за Даунвелл? Может, все-таки через риторику. Стой тихо, в надежде, что все обойдется. Вебку, да, не вернул, но я просто, чтобы это было видно, но тут еще камера дальше отъехала, так что да. Просто там винтовку было не видно, вот винтовочка. Мне почему-то кажется, что они своего застрелили. Или он застрелил, это третий, они ничего об этом не знают.
All right, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenner would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
I am a Grinnell Major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike. Nah, I just have the biggest gun.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now.
King Reaper. You're right. But you see, I want it to end in bloodshed.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
Секундочку. Что-то просто шелестело с другого конца квартиры.
Easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out.
Разговорил его. Больше шанс.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Click, click, click. A realization comes to you, like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Cortiner. The dead man's name is Elise Cortiner. He's brothers with the deceased.
Братья, которые встретились позже... Не, стоп. Элис Картенар не его настоящий сводный брат.
No, probably foster brothers.
Да.
Elise was Cortiner's foster
Почему это эмпатия только?
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. All sentenced to death by lead.
Что он там справа?
Ooh, lady.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finished the job.
It's a mindfuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up. to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
Fuck.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Find his killer. Cop, his killer, stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way. Protect. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Он думает о прессе для листьев. Ха-ха.
Yeah? Who did that?
Или он. Почему я не могу на него показать?
How fucking convenient.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
Это великолепно. Это один из вас. Ну давайте вот так вот начнем.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead court marshal won't decide who.
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
Шутер, ну.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That doesn't sound good. You need to change the topic now. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
Если, короче, это не получится, я, скорее всего, загружусь. Вероятно, здесь есть ограниченное количество, которое можно попытаться сделать. Что соседи делают, а? Мне это так раздражает. Просто щик, щик, постоянно в правое ухо. Ты с камер, да?
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs, where is she?
She left.
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire! You know how much windows cost?
Ну, короче, стрелять надо.
She left.
Скорее всего, сейчас кого-то убьют из парней Харди.
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one.
А почему в него?
Small explosion expels the bullet from the chamber.
The
puff of smoke it hits.
Почему в него? Я сказал, что загружусь. Сейчас. С камер, да. Я хочу на хорошую концовочку, плюс-минус. Выйти.
I'm all out of shit. Put your... Shut up!
There's something very wrong.
This is the kid. You are.
He is peaceful. Nest, the lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life.
Я все так же. Блин, сейчас. Ну, делайте игру без сохранений. Делайте игру на... Сохраняйте игру сразу про принятие решения, и это будет совершенно другая игра.
The mercenary. My plan is not to get. If this turns into
a sound strategy.
Стоп, а у меня пистолет-то в руке?
I think he's come.
Да, в руке.
No one.
The leader. Shoot him. No.
Сейчас другие мне не будут прокатывать просто.
Always peace. It has worked thus far. All right. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
I am a Grinnell. Nah.
Technically, the other man has the biggest gun.
King Reaper, you're right.
Okay, it's not easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way. Of course, nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend.
Серьезная игра?
Enough to take it.
Серьезная игра? Серьезно? Почему это не работает? То есть тут же должно было быть написано крит провал, к слову-то. Я хочу проходить игру так, как она пойдет, но и то, как... Блин, слушайте, все, никаких... Я буду на это раздражаться уже. Как хочется, так и прохожу. Все.
I'm all out. Put your... Shut up!
This
Ай,
is
сейчас.
something very wrong with him.
В какой-то момент мне надоест это делать. Сейчас.
The kid. You are.
He is peace. Nest.
fuck.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life.
The mercenary. My plan is not. If this.
A sound.
Get lost.
I think he.
Pig fuck!
Oh,
No one.
With the lead. Shoot him in. No, wait. I'm big. Peace. Always peace.
Просто сразу
Has worked
выстрелить.
thus far.
Пускай
Start with
17
the first
пролетит.
idea you have, then move down from that. All right, here we go. You only have time for one argument.
Кстати, 1-3.
Choose wisely.
И у меня хватило, да? 1+3.
I am a crit. Nah.
Technically, the other man.
King Reaper. You're right.
Okay, it's easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way. Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want.
Sergeant,
As he moved, click, click. No, probably.
for killing, maiming, and who?
We research.
it's
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now. Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths. Find his killer. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Не давайте мне сохраняться, да. Ну типа, как пойдет, вспомните про броню. Ради брони я не стал загружаться. Я когда увидел, что квесты посбрасывались, шел выяснить, не стал загружаться. Мне кажется, здесь все просто уже ни на что не влияет. Если ты мстишь игре, да? Конечно. Умри. Игра, умри.
Yeah? Who did that?
Давайте все-таки попробуем.
Time. You had time to fuck around in that church, to run errands for your union chief.
Сейчас вообще минус
I saw
себе
you.
наколдую.
Time is up, loincloth. Give me a name. Now!
Даже не глянул, что будет. Да я не хочу... Я прям уверен, что будет это. Да они тут накаленные до ядрени фени. Это был я, и просто застрелить прям на месте.
How fucking...
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
Давайте так отвечу, у меня же было предположение на это.
Saying we? What if I just shot one of your pals here right now? Huh? How about the kid? Go ahead. Tell me we fucking killed our own colonel one more.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead.
То же
The
самое.
Hardy boys confessed to hanging him. All together. Titus said we took him out back and hanged him. He's...
You're lying.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Fucking liars.
The shot rings in your... The young woman stands and looks behind him.
I missed.
I know what I heard, Corty.
That doesn't...
Сейчас посмотрю
You
дальше.
need to change the topic now, or there will be another shot. What topic? Shots have been fired. Act before it's too late. This was a close call.
Кстати, а сколько у меня координаций-то? 4, и дальше я даже не продвину. Лол. А я одел... Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Скорость реакции, да? Бонус от мысли у меня -1. Какая у меня мысль-то, кстати говоря? Настоящее художественное образование? Ну не, я не буду отказываться от мысли, которая так много для меня сделала. А давайте вот это еще, наверное.
You think I care what that company cunt thinks?
The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. Now is not a good time to strike. He's looking right at your hands. Do something else. Get him distracted.
She's gone, you stupid fuck. Sailed off 5 minutes ago. She doesn't give a shit about you, Silos. Stay cool! Don't do anything stupid! The company bitch is gone. Laylee's gone. fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
Guys, I just get in the way.
Привет,
I don't
Флаффи.
even have a gun.
А мы тут сейв скамим.
Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're huddled close in a formation. Still, the rest will stay. Even if it means dying here with him.
Ну ладно, посмотрим, что будет.
A small explosion expels the bullet from the chamber. With a puff of smoke, it hits the man square in
Да
the
что ж
chest,
так низко
producing a
прокатывается?
soft clicking sound in the armor. Like dice rolling. The kinetic energy of the 9mm front-loaded bullet is distributed evenly across the chest piece and into his hands.
Go ahead. Give it another try. Kill him.
Подыщи, что ли?
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you. You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like
Меня нельзя убить, я стал бессмертным!
the man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearings.
Давай, Ким, постреляй их всех нахрен.
Watch out. To your left, the Paul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
God, please.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from de Paul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood.
Fuck.
His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you. Through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger.
Да ладно, блин.
A look of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil, and the end. Here it comes. Death.
Блин, 20-ка.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside
Критический
yourself
успех?
explodes.
Невозможно...
Your entire lower body is on
Чего?
fire. Your legs can't support you. You fall down like a
Неудача неизбежна, это крит успех, но... Стоп, я выкинул крит успех, но типа мне это не помогло. Что?
The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the
Это
air
какая-нибудь
out.
из концовок таких
Everything goes dark.
отдельных.
A distant blur as you
Не
recede
знаю.
into it. Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
Наоборот. Понимаешь, Кулон, там написано, что оно легче. Я на английскую вики пошел, чтобы понять, как оно работает. Потому что непонятно, оно вырубает криты. Или наоборот, они начинают работать на еще дополнительной комбинации. И там написано на английской вики, что оно позволяет легче выбивать крит-провалы и крит-успехи. То есть расширяется. Потому что, ну, непонятна формулировка про трэшхолды.
You're bleeding out.
Никто не...
With me.
Это глупо, Вир, да.
Keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. A shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately.
Японский городовой! Лейтенант доверяет тебе, Ким очень тебе доверяет. Обалдеть, я польщен.
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear.
Ну ладно, пускай такая концовка, где этот вымирает один из парней Харди. Я думаю, что можно спасти всех, но...
There's no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires. His body
Или нет?
yours in the course of the motion. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure too.
Одного из парней Харди пристрелили. Всех вроде бы нельзя спасти. Мне почему-то кажется, что можно. Если попасть... Нельзя? Окей, ладно. Окей. Ну, видите, я сдался. Я решил пойти дальше. Только не говори психотрон, я потом все почитаю на вики. Реально, сейчас пока так. А то я сейчас расстроюсь и опять буду загружаться. Ты понимаешь, на что можно меня надоумить? Так что нет, давайте пойдем так, ладно. Наверное, я не знаю. Посмотрим.
He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep.
Блин, ну эти плюсики меня, если честно, немного удивили.
And smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing.
Ну, да, на самом деле, так-то.
He can't go, not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance, a radio of the world, playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon.
Стоп, а кто пристрелил тогда ту тетку? Ким пристрелил двоих? Я не пристрелил никого, блин! У меня лучший вариант? Я думаю, если б я пристрелил этого, провал был на выстрел, да.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple from the pain.
Возможно, если бы я попал, тогда бы все парни были живы, мне кажется. Вот вы пишете, что нет. Мне кажется, так. Ну, слишком много требуется. Я, типа, это не догнал бы никак. То есть от мысли отказаться. Надо будет посмотреть потом. Это. Генератор даты рождения до сих пор думается.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
Получено очко навыков. Ей. Ну я же для него ее не выбивал в ВТФ.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked.
Ох.
The bullet was
Да,
removed
это вот
and
прям...
bacterial infection treated
Если
with protocol.
выстрел в бедро, то шанс, что попадут в артерию, он довольно-таки высокий. Это баг? Что баг?
We will see.
Что этот умер? Баг про куртку? Понятно.
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes.
А кто стрелял-то тогда?
Ahead,
Мы сейчас на
harbor
третью
cranes
точку
rise to the
отправимся,
sky.
да?
Back to that shithole, he says.
Получается.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Они не доехали и также забухали, представляя себя звездами диска.
I'm sure they're worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
Уж не перес- Не, кераса у меня... Извините. Я не стала бот из труп воровать не фулк. У меня не получилось, видимо, услышать Кера. Хотя я вообще в диалог с этим криптозоологом не вступал. Я просто тупо не успел. Он ушел в диалоге, блин, и... И больше с ним никак не связаться, хотя он здесь. Что-то странно. Ну ладно, об этом немножечко позже.
Sorry.
Not very. I have a concussion from the major beating me with the butt of his gun. I try to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me. Easy now. How are you?
The lieutenant looks at you, teetering on your feet.
What happened? You shot the colonel, unsuccessfully. Then you threw your gun at him. A firefight ensued. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged. Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me.
Звоночник.
Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician.
Обалдеть. Они все поумирали.
Yes. You were bleeding out. I think you said no one wants to party with you. And you warned me. I was able to disarm the major before he got the jump on me.
Thank you, although...
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened.
Да, что-то как-то мне это не нравится. Может быть, все-таки как-то переиграем? Я не хочу, чтобы Тит умирал. Блин, это слишком большие, типа, потери. Ну это что-то как-то совсем пипец. У тебя шансы низкие? Нароляем. Блин, мне это не нравится. Не, я не хочу такую концовку. Я не хочу. Шанс не такой маленький, 42%. 42, тем более я... Что знаю, что требуется координация. Но я реально не хочу. Я хочу посмотреть концовку именно... получше.
Four. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus. He's in a private hospital across the river. Crenel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns
Ой,
out-
да ну нафиг. Я пошел его нафиг выстрелить его наглую рожу. Все, извините. Это личное. Это личное. Все. Это личное. Что там нужно, чтобы его пристрелить, этого засранца? Координация, да? Координация. Кстати. Я забыл это надеть. Да, как-то так, наверное. Пока изи сейв скамит, да.
I'm all out. Put your damn... Shut up!
There's something...
This is a
The kid.
Сейчас.
Nest.
Я выйду.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
The mercenary. My plan. If this...
A sound strategy.
Get lost!
I think he's...
Big fuck!
Oh, Pete.
no one is.
with the lead. Shoot him. No. I'm peace. Always peace.
Сразу
It
28.
has worked thus far. All right.
Крыт провал, да.
Time for one argument.
I am a... Nah.
Technically, the other...
King Reap, you're right.
Okay, easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out. Dangerous. Ask about him first.
Sergeant,
As he click, no.
for killing, maiming, who?
We researched.
It's
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Find it. I know what.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing.
Ну, остальное ни на что вообще не влияет. Точнее, может быть и влияет, но я выходил так. Иди нафиг. Брыщ. Иди в
A
жопу.
plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun.
Вот.
It goes numb from
Влияет?
the explosion.
Неважно. Иди в жопу с моими вариантами-ответами.
There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering
У меня просто все внутри кипит, извините.
lips moving, swollen with fear, are trying to say, shoot him, but he can't.
Мне нравится, как Фэнси, знаете, типа... я извиняюсь, блин, дайте секундочку. Да, нет, у вас не лопнули уши и глаза, но я не смогу так быстро сейчас сделать. Ну, блин, это Фэнси. Пистолет, вы посмотрите, как стоит детектив просто. Легким движением руки. Ну, сейчас еще что-нибудь будет.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
Давай, руби их, Ким.
AR-15
Блин, скорость реакции, я же сейчас не
light
прокину.
armored vehicles. It will devastate you.
А, энциклопедия, спасибо вовремя.
The shot
Fuck.
rings and you stop. Something violently tugs at your
А,
shoulder.
получен урон -2? Не страшно.
Force.
Сейчас, дайте откинусь. А я не откинусь, ха-ха! Правда, почему здесь пробел такой странный?
A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder.
God.
Мы будем жить! Недаром я копил хилки. Хотя я их и не особо копил. Че, я хилку, по-моему, один раз тройную закупал, да? Пофигу. Видимо, это баг какой-то. -2 +1. Так я 2 раза нажал на применить.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. He has to. The rifleman will fire at you again. Then, 2 shots ring and you hear a scream. But you're too hurt to see who got hit. Glenn, dying.
Ну,
Oh God.
Глена не жалко. Ладно,
You
посмотрим
see
так, как
two crazed
будет.
eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Глен всегда умирает.
You can't.
А сейчас подходить будет, видимо, эта тетка.
Something inside your pelvic. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes nothing.
Этот.
A persisting darkness.
You're bleeding out. Yes.
But a slender white shadow towering. Someone
А, она подходит.
her pistol at him.
То есть, ну,
Lieutenant,
все, вот сейчас меня это устроит, все.
down on your wound.
Все.
Both hands.
Глен, это местный Кенни. Отсылочка может быть, кстати.
Scream
Но,
immediately.
но Кенни-то воскрешался.
No, you scream. Behind you.
Ну, мы это видели
There's
уже.
no room for hesitation. The lieutenant. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop.
Глинни.
The woman is gone. So
Вот так вот связываться с РГМ.
This is death. One more.
The fuck is
Мы это видели.
there was a radio,
our.
the engine of a
No, it was him. He
С
is
третьей
the
попытки. Ну просто, блин, ладно, вот если сейчас Тит выживет,
lieutenant's familiar shape.
то я согласен, все.
It turns double, then triple.
Ну, по идее, Ким прибил двоих, я этому в голову застрелил.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
Что там? Что произошло?
You shot the major in the face.
Мертв, да.
Blood-stained killer.
А, он мертв. Теперь майор мертв. Он не ранен, он именно мертв. У тебя руки в крови.
As retaliation, they
Да
were
пойдет,
meant
пусть
to
он в жопу идет. Какой, блин,
this
это?
carabine. I was looking for a clear line of sight.
Устраивают
Found
тут
it.
наемники.
He sounds a tiny bit sorry. He did not find it before.
Это легенькие по здоровью.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it.
Ангус и Тео не
Because I
выжили
before the
все-таки
need to
тоже.
intensive care.
Но Тит жив.
Titus survived.
Окей.
So do Alain and the musician.
Ладно,
Get
так я более-менее окей.
Yes, he's still alive too. You were bleeding out by then. I think you say that no one wants to party with you, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Paul, before
Thank you.
I killed her. And that's what happened. The Paul was the last to die. Everard had their bodies returned to Crenel for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate. Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target.
Но еще когда о том, что твои наемники сраные свиньи,
Maybe they are simply taking
во
their time
многом
and will attack soon.
бесконтрольные, это как бы да.
This is the one. 4. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one, he...
Кстати, Ангус же это тот, который кололся, да? Вот, блин, это на самом деле прекрасно. Здесь не скажется про эту, так скажем, параллель, но это очень, как бы сказать, о многом говорит. Потому что он-то кололся, а за своих пошел умирать, грубо-то говоря. Ангус толстяк, да.
All.
Думаю, лучший исход быть не могло. Просто пиздец.
Officer, 7 people are dead. It's not a success. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
Короче, блин, тут хороший уклонение мое. То есть, какой первый это выстрел. Если я попадаю, выживает Тит, получается. От выстрела моего зависит, выживает ли Тит. Потом следует уклонение мое, оно ни на что не влияет. То есть только минус 2 хп у меня. Который можно в этом же диалоге быстренько попрыскаться. Знаете, как в Скайриме пожрать быстро. Вот. То есть это первый выстрел, да, по мне. Он ни на что не влияет. потом идет выстрел по мне, от которого тяжело увернуться, но в игре это, видимо, возможно. Я не знаю, что тогда будет. И на броске авторитета Ким достреливает последнего. И если я проваливаю, то, скорее всего, я очухиваюсь как-то по-другому. И, возможно, Ким убит, или, я не знаю, или тяжело ранен. Проверка на уклонение. Может так, да, ну... Хераса, извините меня. Хераса, вот за что я буду больше всего, наверное, ругать эту игру. Немножечко. Потому что вот с криптозоологом самая обидная часть, наверное, у меня.
His smoking, his
Ну, а потом
hunchback.
почитаю.
You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
Pretty bad, officer. You've suffered 2 wounds. The first is below your shoulder. The bullet passed through your shoulder blade, luckily missing your lung and heart. The second shot hit you in the thigh, the left quadriceps. No major arteries were nicked, but the bullet had to be removed. Bacterial infection was treated with mercurochrome.
Как же я выгляжу просто.
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much.
Руки чешутся. Давай попозже,
Things
ладно?
would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Возможно, попозже, возможно, я сам потом открою. Чуть-чуть. Есть 4 части брони, как нам говорила игра. Есть ноги, которые на трупе, есть шлем, который выкинули в воду, и, возможно, мы сейчас пойдем смотреть остров, и там его найдем. Я так думаю, что мы пойдем сейчас смотреть остров, потому что все равно непонятно, кто его убил, этого товарища. И третью точку последнюю проверять. Кирас. Так, перчатки. Что, стоп, или шлем? Или это перчатки? Или перчатки тоже? А я не помню. Может, мне мешаются с перчатками, потому что перчатки были у девочки. Тоже, что ли, выкинули? Или как-то... Я вообще не помню. Ладно. А это я вообще не находил внутри игры, но я вычитал, что оно на криптофашисте этом, которого я прошляпил, скажем так. И совершенно случайно довел его до такой кондиции, что я с ним больше не поговорю никогда. Хотя мог.
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored back to that shithole, he says.
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. I'm sure they are worried about you.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you... Sorry.
I did. No need.
Давай, вставай. Дюбуа. Кто стрелял-то тогда, блин?
Easy now.
Жалко, что это, конечно, никак не выводится. Хотя, может, еще что-то выведется.
How are you?
Уф.
The lieutenant looks at you, teetering on your feet.
Нет,
Mr.
это еще
Clark,
не...
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Sunrise parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
It served you well. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay. I honestly don't know. We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now, and Joyce has left too. Yes, she left yesterday morning, to meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know? Oh yes, she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I asked Mr. Gart. Turns out it was a bad idea not to arrest her, but maybe it was a good deed that will pay off in heaven.
Who would have figured? By the way, the lieutenant does not actually believe you will be spiritually reimbursed for letting her escape. You just have to live with it.
That was our job to find out, wasn't it? Honestly, I just don't know. Our circle of suspects is dead and gone. It's not a circle at all. It's a ruin. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect. We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else? It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet
Это
useless.
не особо-то интересный. Не знаю, он забавный, но... Так. Ну, здесь все интересное так-то. Но просто я не это. Не. Не. Короче.
Yes, God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable. We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious. There's a little pause. He says nothing as well. He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary.
No. Are you ready to limp? Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar code, a red thread on the roof upstairs.
Why not?
Блин, я прервал так нехорошо, ну ладно. А, все еще есть
Another
эти.
look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Расизм, наркотиков, алкоголя, курения, насилия, фашизма, расизма, нацизма. Ну хотя фашизм, по сути, оно никак там не вроде по определению своему не... По определению научному оно никак ни с чем с плохим не связано. Просто вот так было в Германии, что фашизм, и пошло-поехало, что это вот именно плохое эмоциональное раз. Насколько я помню, там с фашизмом довольно-таки это широкое понятие. На самом деле там нет ничего плохого, по-моему. Возможно, и есть. Ну вот такого, чтобы именно бей, убивай чужих. Это другое все. Ассоциацию для масс, ну да. Бей фашистов, вот это вот все. Красная нитка нейлоновая ведет из номера на крышу. Нитка привязана к антенне.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman.
Вот последняя
Only
точка
now
осталась.
a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen.
Кстати, баллистика. А как баллистика? Тут окно уже разбито. Это очень странно.
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime, the island in the bay.
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point. She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
Это одна из... То есть вот эти под прикрытием,
She
которые
had a long
сидели.
time to think about it after, standing on that roof.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
Или стоп, или это... Это про классие? Стоп, не-не-не, стоп. Да, это скорее про классие, я что-то не так подумал.
I don't know. At this point...
What difference does it make?
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
Генератор даты рождения, ура! Классия, да. Я потом понял, что что-то не вяжется, и скорее это про классия.
The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinez looking under every rock and talking to every person. But what else is there?
Not a lot, no. Of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone. Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Date of birth generator. You were born in the year 07. In the last year of the
Сейчас
colony of
51-й?
right before it fell, in the old
Или
military
55-й?
hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution
А, это было
had
44
one
года
more
назад, да,
left to
там он
go,
уже даже.
and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years
51-й, я
old.
помню.
The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope.
Блин, не. Здесь, вот, я не знаю, это... Диско Elysium, это, наверное, все же одна из самых лучших по литературному наполнению игр. У меня патронов больше нет. Я думаю, еще где-нибудь там патроны валялись, 2-3 штуки в игре.
Oh, you're right. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you. You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. Stay is free, the drugs are not. Just felt I needed to specify that. Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses.
Этот, наверное.
Must be a fad. Where was I? How do you think I know the crazy shit you pulled off out there? I was there, out on the balcony, protecting my establishment.
Пыкачук ЧСВ?
That's actually true. You remember him from the corner of your eye, right behind you.
Ты правильно не смеешься, я так отвечал.
So, yeah, I guess I'm what you call a badass. Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself. Stepping onto that balcony.
No problem. They'll come back.
Можно было бы попросить выпить, но... Что ты такое? Теперь завязан на деньгах.
Hi again, gendarme.
Блин, я совершенно забыл про это. Ну-ка. Я совершенно про это забыл. Кстати, можно, наверное, переодеться обратно. Самообладание. Совершенно забыл про него. Сейчас... Спросим, раз есть такая, да? Книжки, в принципе.
Hi again, gendarme.
It's the sports. He's a sports guy, all about that physical prowess and athletic skill. Nothing else here.
Bye-bye, gendarme. Hi again, gendarme.
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground? Yes, this man is definitely one of the homos. I've seen them homos. This sexual thing seems interesting. Ask around. Become involved.
Я не хочу. Мы на Твиче.
Just pointing it out. We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up.
The homosexual underground? Why, yes, I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate? Well, I am one of them. One of the Sub Rosa pleasure group, congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night.
А иногда по воскресеньям, да? Воскресных друзей зовешь, да?
Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Rebishol have to hold on to, the true symbols of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage. Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore.
А с диско оно связано?
A lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold. We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries. Of course, the mysteries are also of sexual nature, very esoteric.
Как же это тупо, извините. Так хорошо, что звучит незаконно.
Sure thing, officer. What do you want to know next? Bye-bye, Jean.
Окститесь, все, окститесь. Что там хотя бы написано, ну-ка. Ты замечаешь таинственных незнакомцев в ночи. Они стоят, облокотившись на темные дверные проемы, тихо о чем-то переговариваются, обмениваются заговорщицкими взглядами, шепчутся в темных аллеях и заведениях без вывески. Радикальная ячейка, замышляющая что-то против государства, а может быть даже против союза мужчины и женщины. Что это было? Тайное рукопожатие? Что вообще происходит? Что это за таинственные люди? Как они достигнут своих зловещих, меняющих мир целей? И самое важное, может быть, ты один из них? Ты мог бы быть. Может, ты забыл? Нет, 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 нет. Не для этого я слот берег. Извините. Ух. Тебе нужно... Так, нет, все. Стоп. Стоп.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his spear in welcome.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
Ну, Руби сказала, что... То есть... Классе, короче, да, Классе главная засранка в этой истории. Грубо-то говоря. Возможно, она заказала этого товарища.
Well, cheers anyway.
Всем раз сказать что-нибудь невероятно скучное. Не ческий зануда.
I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who'd love nothing more than advancing social democracy. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows, and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy boys.
He's right. The numbers are replaceable. In an organization of thousands of men, there are plenty who'd join.
Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still.
Ну, я примерно то же самое сказал.
Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear.
Он говорил Angry Bear. А почему жирный вепрь? Это не переводится как вепрь, это переводится как медведь. Ну, видимо, так звучит на русском получше, поэтому решили. Ну, ладно. Куча. Вот смотри, А вот есть такое приложение Steam, да? Там вот открываешь библиотеку, там есть диск Elysium. Устанавливаешь диск Elysium и выбираешь, какую тебе хочется мысль. Когда хочется. Эта игра позволяет делать многое. Ах, последних уже всех пережить его потерять это может только за литром.
An honest tactic and effective.
And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit. Dennis, that poor little rat is dead too. I always thought he'd run. But no, he stayed. Stupid, brave fella. Well, yeah. Memento Mori, right?
Memento Mori, or remember that you must die, is a slogan various religious orders have thrown around since the dawn of mankind to emphasize the vanity
Стоп.
of earthly
Memento
life
Mori разве
and the
так
transient
переводится?
nature of all earthly pursuits.
Ну, может, конечно, в мире диск Elysium это...
In this life, to live better
А,
in
не,
the
нормально.
afterlife.
Помни о смерти, окей. Что-то думал, оно переводится по-другому слегка.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food,
Помни о
and meet a
смерти, да.
good-looking girl.
Не, просто...
Because tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me
Сейчас.
over.
Просто я что-то помню, что это как вроде живи моментом. Что-то меня сглюкануло, видимо, очень сильно. Не-не-не-не-не, все правильно, помни о смерти, все правильно ты помнишь. Мне Google прямо так перевел. Помни, что умрешь, помни о смерти, ну это примерно одно и то же. А почему-то Мементо Мори, ну да, Мементо это memory, как бы память. Мори это смерть. Мементо Мори, помни о смерти. Грубо говоря.
Or you might die of a heart failure or syphilis.
Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
Don't know, don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again.
He nods and takes another sip of whiskey.
Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Воскресенье. Суббота скипнулась, воскресенье. Это я не сделал. Ну, это, наверное, на острове будет.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies.
And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead.
I will, Capo. That's a promise.
Герой Харди, выпьем за социал-демократию, ачивка.
Got some mourning and drinking to do.
Take it easy on the drink. The danger has not passed. This town needs you on your feet.
Good point, Beano Claude. We'll keep the vol under 12%
Ну да.
tonight.
Мы до сих пор не знаем, что это было. Un George's Rider 2. birthday.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It
Давайте
smells of
немножечко
blood.
побыстрее.
This
Вон он.
was Cindy the Skull. The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it. Yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday. And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Не, я не буду это.
Close call.
Я не буду это поджигать.
Mon Dieu, officer. It is worse than I thought.
Было бы прикольно, если бы ты, промахиваясь, стрелял бы в Гастону в затылок. Но нет, было бы не прикольно.
Maybe it's time to slow down, enjoy life a bit. Anything I can do to assist you?
Ну а чё здесь сидит прямо? Была перестрелка могучая тут. Он такой сидит. А те все попрятались же, его, по-моему, там не было в момент. Я уж так шучу.
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of.
И пиздец, как больно, мужик.
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show. Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right? Okay.
Is it wise to share information about the case like this, sire? The lieutenant throws you a quick glance.
Почему
What
не
are you
это?
doing?
Oof. Good on her.
Я
Good on
расскажу.
you, too, my man. That's merciful. Downright merciful. You cops keep exercising that muscle, and people will be more willing to cooperate, you know.
Если он, конечно, не тайный
He's
агент.
clearly relieved.
Alright. That's enough sharing details about the investigation for one day.
Да, пройдем. Зайдем к нашему учителю по расовым вопросам.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
Yet you live. It goes back to an older era where this was commonplace. You have a true boyadero heart. Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out, for the time being. Time will tell. I'll tell Everard you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad. I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live. You know it, friend.
Ну, так понимаю, меня сюда не пропустят. Угу. О, нет! Здесь теперь нет учителя по расовым вопросам. Лол. Окей. Что за подглюки какие-то? Это нас глючит? Нас мотает? Чё, куда еще зайдем?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Все, 12-12, отлично.
Is this about the questions again?
Нет, это не о вопросах. Ну, туда я не буду к той тетке бегать. Зайдем к Куна. Зайдем лево вверх к этой.
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool. People, they say you'd kind of died for a moment, that you let your shit out already, but then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
Feels good for some reason.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you. Who knows?
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Эй. Ну-ка. Давайте к торговке этими зайдем. Но у нее вряд ли есть дополнительные реплики. Она там сидит, не выходит, вообще сычует. Вы хотели бы так же сычевать, как эта тетенька, которая здесь работает? Где же одежда, которая была на нем? На чем?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye?
Блин, мне так нравятся здесь вот портреты, прям некоторые портреты, они шикарные. У Кима шикарнейший портрет, колоритный. У Дюбуа стандартный, классный, мне нравится. То есть, который еще и с гримасой, и с этим. Он реально классный. Здесь очень классный арт-стиль. Ай.
Oh my god! Things have gotten out of hand! I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime! It's even worse! I haven't been able to come to work for 3 days. The shop has been locked. No sales, gangbangers running around, shooting everyone. I know I shouldn't have bought a shop in this ghetto. And you! Oh my god! Just look at you! It looks like even the police can't take care of all this. Someone should do something about this. Maybe I should close the bookstore and open a psychic studio.
Вот, кстати говоря, возможно.
It makes sense. Crime is the 6th element, you see. The darkest element. I could teach people to protect themselves against bad energies and to fight crime.
Yes, what Martinez really needs is more vigilantes roaming the streets.
Exactly. It's a brilliant idea. Thank you, officer. I'm going to start drawing up.
Что я наделал? Она же сумасшедшая.
Do buy the books, as many as you can.
Вы, кстати, не находите некоторую схожесть между ней и мусоркой? Потому что я нахожу некоторые параллели.
Detective, are you here for more books?
Кстати, к этим ни разу не подходил. Морской бриз приносит запах не только соли, но и мяса. Не гнилое, не сырое, жареное. А чё, она убежала это?
Give me a moment.
You hear someone. This door has been closed with a...
Ну, блин, не. Паша все так же спит, наверное. Ничего не скажешь нам, да? Ничего не скажет. Она же жила тут. Да, ее тут нет. Сотни крошечных лапок снуют там под решеткой. Городские крысы. Кстати, странная подлокация такая. Потому что там ничего практически не было, кроме каких-то айтемов. И это тоже. Но если так прикинуть, здесь такие местечки типа есть, чтобы наполнить немножечко игру лором. Это приятно. Здесь полно на самом деле таких мест. На дереве что-то нацарапано, едва видно, не забывай, остальное затерлось со временем.
A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell? Cool! That's cool!
Поступь нечеловеческая. Там, может, возьмит? Нет, ты же знаешь, что всего лишь собака. Чё, это вдруг у меня так много всяких вещей начало появляться? Что ты сделал с Гарри? Я привел его в человеческий вид.
The trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak. Poor things.
Бедные сранчата. Ну, с пьяницами я, наверное, не хочу говорить. Да вообще тут ни с кем уже не хочу говорить, наверное. Просто продолжим. Берсердечен.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
You're not limping. You're you.
Ай, под конец. Ну ладно, тут уж...
She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Everyone does that, in a way. You don't have to get shot for that. What happened to you anyway? We heard gunshots from the town. They were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Блин, Кулана сказал, что тело не забрали еще. Я ж не знал, что его забрали. Какой же ужас с этой теткой Квест, это прям ух. Так я вот, если б я... опция была бы там, и труп пропадает при мне, то, пожалуйста, типа... Я бы ей сказал, что да, труп забрали, но я решил сказать правду. Что, ну, специалисты уже едут разобраться с этим. Чё вы договариваете на меня? Сейчас вообще возьму и расплачусь. У меня нет пистолета дома, что. Уважайте меня, уважайте.
That's nothing to brag about, officer.
It's not serious. He'll be...
You feel the ligament move on your left shoulder, and a small, warm drip of blood. It's nothing.
У меня небольшая плохая новость, похоже. Блин. Чёртов богучий опс. Он, короче, мне показывает, что он записывает запись, да, но записи нет. Он сглючил. Я, знаете, как это понял? Что он показывает, что на диске до сих пор места столько же, сколько я когда останавливал. Ладно, потом разберусь, поделю просто в видео. То есть скачаю с Твича запись, поделю запись на две части. Просто она будет худшего качества. Отвратительно. Спасибо, Боб, за такое предательство. То есть, у меня написано, что запись ведется, но она на самом деле не ведется. У меня запись последняя не записывается. Баг случился. Но я, короче, я все равно скачаю с Твича запись по отделю то, что записано, от того, что не записано. Залью то, что на Твиче один фиг пока, но можно скачать. Я обычно так и делаю. Если у меня запись по какой-то причине ломается, вот, например, раньше было, что... Ну, допустим, свет отрубают, запись, она не завершается. В итоге запись полностью сломана. Я качал с Твича и заливал то, что на Твиче было. Вот, ладно.
Of course. Can I help you with something? That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull, I just got it nice and yellow, and no drinking on the boat, and no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Я даже не знаю, мне может... Давайте так, я остановлю сейчас запись, посмотрю она, если что, там будет еще 16. Вдруг она появится магическим образом. Краткое совещание, окей. Так, вы меня видите же, да? Да, короче, это какой-то баг случился, и опс, вообще полностью начал тупить с записями. Окей, потом скачаю, что надо.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as as she smiles at you.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Давайте так, я сейчас отойду попить. Вот. Буквально перерывчик на пару минут. Блин, время 4 часа уже доходит. Пипец, я с 10:30 стримлю. Но ради диска Elysium не страшно. Ой. Ой. Все, я здесь. Давайте.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back.
Он, конечно, опс перезапустить попробовать и начать запись. Ну, ладно, что теперь делать?
The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72. SRV made. This machine represents humanitarian aid from a workers' state on the Samaran Isola. The ROO logo on the engine gives it away. That, once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Держать магнитофон. Ой, Гри Дюбуа. Как-то медленно мы на моторной лодке едем. Куда ты торопишься? Ну, мне за где-то примерно час надо закончить уже. Потому что вечером надо отойти. У меня есть где-то час. За час я разберусь с этим островком. Ну, какие плохие новости? Там что, контент на 3-4 часа еще? Ну, с часа полтора там, что ли? Ну, там еще ладно. То есть я могу еще немного за час зайти. Просто надо уже закончить.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go.
Ржавая цепь тянется куда-то в
The
океан.
chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Ah, yes, so it seems. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Импровизированный мост. Бомбежка была достаточно сильной, чтобы разрушить фундамент. Сперва здесь прогуляемся. Эти шины просто разваливаются на куски. Им лет 50, не меньше. Нет, сюда нельзя идти, ладно. Осторожно, огнеопасно. В воздухе стойкий запах мазута. Из бочки вытекло немного топлива. Черное, вязкое.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea. The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105. On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bullet like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend. A silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of a pine. The faraway roar of the city.
Извиняюсь, что я буду побыстрее немножечко, чтобы правиться уж.
The air slowly moves through a concrete box. Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there.
Yes? It is. Is that why we are stopping?
The lieutenant nods. Call the Mama Dakwa.
Что? Надпись на бочке ОГМ. На бочке нарисована звезда с мелкими пятнышками.
This feels familiar somehow.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army, the black and white army of the revolution.
sounds an awful lot like.
It does. The RCM may descend from the ICM. It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch. But not you. You're thinking about politics with blood dripping down your thigh.
This is better preserved than the others. You can still read the sign. No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as...
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Теплая кровь струится под мышкой, повязки нет, ладно, ничего. Здесь не подняться, лестница сломана. Я так думаю, что здесь будет все довольно-таки... Все довольно-таки линейно, да? Здесь будет на острове все линейно, да? Когда-то здесь располагалось орудие. Здесь были установлены 2 пушки средней дальности большого калибра. Ну, я чуть-чуть поспешу, вот прям вот то, чтобы читать, не слишком много слушать. Лестница обрушилась. Книги, в основном фантастика и исторические романы. Тарелки испачканы соусом сажи, кухня выживальщика. Побитый молью одеял защищает от ветра. На сломанном дальномере расставлены свечи. Кто-то здесь живет.
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring downstairs, somewhere? Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel.
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator. A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust.
I don't know. I'm not a...
That is his idea of a joke.
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it.
The wind outside.
Okay.
Books and magazines. Most are soft covers. Serial popular depictions of man versus nature.
Может быть, мы найдем среди книг это Дик Малана.
Widely read by among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Oh yes, under the bed there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints.
Ooh, yeah. I agree. Humanitarian set.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke it.
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education.
Interesting. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh.
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead. Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Метод фаун, координация плюс. Где ж-то была координация до этого? Плюс 2 эмпатия, минус 1 самообладание. В конце игры, да? Великолепно. Это огромная взрывозащитная дверь, весит должно быть больше 10 тонн. С нее отслаивается ржавчина.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switch.
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs. Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room. It could open doors, control lights, function as nothing happens.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
The boat engine. The console looks on as you talk.
Люк заклинило. А, я оттуда пришел, да.
You see
Сюда.
a small metal door nested in
Another part of the island, probably. The lock. Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
I retract my statement. It was naive. Let's look around and get it open.
Угу. Теперь для чего этот отдых? Чтоб скипнуть время, но типа больше эти были? Ух, ёлопала. Везде разбросан магний. Амбразура. Заглянуть внутрь не получается. Такой крупный кусок откололся, должно быть прямое попадание. Издалека доносятся гудки грузовых судов, сигналы и эхом отражаются от воды. Тростник странно колышется. Нет, показалось. Кажется, что Фазмин где-нибудь здесь.
A strange feeling looking at the water with a bottle in your hand. Yes, cold and still, but love is warm like the inside of her mouth. Yes, 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 yes. No, no, we're not starting with that. Not now, not this time. This in the snowing mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go, step in. It's been too long.
Что это было? Лебедка сломана, ржавчина разъела остатки цепи. Здесь музыка классная, кстати. Ее в остальной игре, по-моему, не было. Ты вздрагиваешь от сильной боли в паху и идешь дальше. Можно заглянуть внутрь крепости, отсюда видно панель управления, взрывозащитную дверь. Я и так был уже внутри крепости. На побережье уже давно нет того склада, с которого прибыла эта цепь. Потертая артиллерийская карта с координатами в заливе Ревашоля. Старый аптечный шкафчик, недавно пополненный друамином.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures. firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Dio Mortieri.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water, the ruins look familiar. A towering skyscraper, its top floor shaped off.
Ну да, я удивился, что время 4 часа уже.
Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B. The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area. The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop, the upstairs window of Clausia's room, in the snow, reflecting light.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Блин, у меня почти... Моторика у меня вся почти, то есть взята. Эквилибристика только и самообладание не докачано. Ах, да.
Why? We don't go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure. Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it. Where?
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched.
Грация картошки, да.
We should move now.
Алкоголической картошки, я бы сказал. Кстати, это... Че я вот это-то не взял? Берем. Заливаем топливо, заводим, открываем дверь. Ну, ты чувствуешь, чей-то взгляд за тобой наблюдает, но откуда не ясно. Прикольно. Можно, пожалуйста, как-то... Да, вот. Выпрямить. Да, нельзя? Нельзя. Ну ладно. Спать забыл? Нет, не забыл. Где-то внизу далеко-далеко шумит вода.
This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap open. Makeshift electrical wiring runs out of its side and across the floor. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
After you. So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
Да, на самом деле стрелял фазмит, я понял, да. Аж...
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
Don't worry. I have a gun. Then it's extra good that mine is not.
Ну, окей. Давайте сохранимся прямо здесь еще раз вот так. Резиновая лодка, сдута, порвана. Повсюду видны небольшие белые цветочки. Сидит. Ждет.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit. I did. And you opened it. How? I should have burned that console down. The boat engine. On the water. It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it's a 3-Angong 446.
Патрон подходит.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid. You heard me. It's good now, like chalk, white from the ball.
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the World Revolution in the Safre Empire, extinguished in '06.
They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn dog.
Извини, что потревожил, бывай.
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of correspondence.
Уничтожение коммуны Синьяо, стиль одежды офицера РГМ. Да! И есть вражеский офицер соответствующего звания. Опусти оружие.
The words, I am an enemy commander, sound cold as iron from your lungs. The old man still hugs his gun.
And what rank would that be, dog? A big wheel of the 4th Regiment of the Pederast Army. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Like an amputated limb in the sand. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present to be afraid and cold.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the
Почему он тогда убил-то?
They say Triangong 4.46, Sin Yao Commune, for Safre and for all mankind. This is the Vulgate Seraïs. You can barely intuit the words. No. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangong.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07.
Из-за чего он выстрелил-то?
Control Orion and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was an Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago. I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. Well done. I won't explain it to a minion of capital. "43 years and 10 months. It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people
12:24.
street lights will soon be lit. Further inland,
День не близится к вечеру. Ну ладно.
men, women,
Чё рано близится к
street
вечеру.
hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic. In patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Давайте скажем так.
More susceptible to bourgeois morals. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do. You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol, the so-called Lieutenant W. Freighter.
Мы не наняты коалиция, мы просто пытаемся помогать
You're the
людям.
RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Rene, the royalist on the coast, said,
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Блин, возможно, тут было бы какой-нибудь интересный вариант, если бы я с Рене успел поговорить еще. Там что-то было в разговоре с Рене, но я его упустил. Это тоже вот как бы мимо.
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
I don't think you did. You live in a delusion. Radio shows, speed racing and sporting goods.
Давайте это все у него расспрашивать.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce. Real music, It's La Revacholière, you shit-licking bougie dog. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
Marching song. Forget about that for a moment. You need to address that remark first.
Блин, у меня давление ударило.
There you go. 1 of 3.
Или стоп, или это что-то... Это что-то в доме загудело, лол. Я думал, у меня давление Ну, как это, давление в ушах, знаете, когда уши закладывает? Тут примерно так же зажужжало. Спасибо.
In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was...
In Sinyao, they sang Boy with a Scythe, Golden Sun.
I fucking know what they sang. I watched those little fuckers die in my arms. Little ones came to help us. Got cut to shreds. You don't fucking tell me what they sang.
His nostrils are still flaring with rage. He brings himself back under his own stewardship. Slow.
How did it go? Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it. So, if I can shoot rabbits, then I can shoot fascists too. Those are the next lines.
What are you talking about?
Какие там слова? 14.
He doesn't recognize it.
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay, okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But this is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Going straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No, no. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
What did I just say?
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now. Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you.
Что-то я про...
And in them, a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
All is not as it seems.
Detective.
Прямо безо всяких экивоков.
The who now?
Ну, не
He
знаю.
heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Он услышал про насилие. Радио тоже.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get the scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have a scope.
You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken. Now the others are sad. I saw
you had you've been here.
I'm ready.
Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not seem to have...
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Если другое...
You've been here.
I'm ready.
Just one thing.
Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself.
He lost it. He just doesn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
You didn't handle anything. I watched it happen. You let those murderers rip right into them. Got most of them killed. Even the fat one.
Все из-за тебя.
None of those people mean anything to you. The vultures feed on this city, and you prepare the meal for them.
You're getting diverted. Push the gun.
Oh. So you watched the fight? Did you like what you saw? The mayhem. It was all your doing.
You don't know anything.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Драматично тону.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony. And nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them.
Она заказала его.
Don't forget the
Всё-таки.
footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. You got it. Remember? The boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal. The maker is Sensorique, the model is Corbe, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Racking those brains, are you?
Почему это только драма?
Report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
Как ты это сказал, может быть? Что, в смысле? Что? Как я это сказал? А? А?
The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. They blossom on the islets before we fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles and islets,
Может
green,
быть.
with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may. Classier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
У нее не Классе настоящее имя.
My ears don't reach the city. With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood. Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate, not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face.
Или он позже пытался к ней еще прийти.
I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it, anyway. And so they did.
Mr. Truss, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
Да он, блин, психопат.
And you were looking at Dan, the victim and a young woman, having sex through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
I'm always looking.
Да тут полно всего, кулон.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical
Не, деменция это другое.
never do. Exploit it. You've got him going. Connect every
ПТСР?
Wrap
Да,
this up like
но...
a gift.
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
Вы только представьте, как вы... Блин, я сейчас все испорчу, весь момент всем, но... Закройте ушки на минутку. Если вы не хотите. Я помахаю вот так вот, когда можно будет открывать. Все, закрыли, я надеюсь. Так вот. А вы представьте, что заходите на Pornhub, и если вам не нравится, как там трахаются, то вы нажимаете кнопку, и обои артиста просто... Все, можно открывать ушки.
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life.
Кулон, не, насчет дезертира я... Его история определенно грустная, но он не заслуживает ни капли милосердия. Кулон.
For him to stop reacting to stimuli, to be broken off from the world, cordoned into darkness.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing.
То, что закрыть ушки, и все. Нет, самосуда не будет.
Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did.
Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Он не хочет к себе жалости, нет.
Past the Fell building on the coast. What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
That, too.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on, right there.
Ну мы-то знаем, что она там спрятала.
Just to move. Her
Она сама говорила, да.
Tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
Он раскапывал.
Of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No. I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone. Oh, I mean... I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
Что все-таки тут было насилие, которое она тщательно скрывала.
And glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises, you can't make that out in a scope.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
It quickly comes to you.
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing.
Отвратительно просто.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Вы понимаете, что весь диско Elysium, все события игры произошли от того, что у старикана просто случился недотрах. Да, но...
Like that, too? Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass. I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny. Yes, that, too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny, you turn it on inside, and it gets so
Блин, время
dark out.
17:04,
you
ну
can't
еще
see a
минут
map.
20.
I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in the hostel now after a good wash. They all think I'm an antisocial, a vagrant. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty then.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
Он не знает, что она на самом деле бед могла натворить для него, так скажем, для его убеждений гораздо больше, чем наемник. Это такая ирония.
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know. No. I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes. The day after I killed him. Yes, I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. Maybe I have these holes.
А, тогда вот здесь уже, да, деменция. Вполне возможно, может быть.
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
Много здесь еще, скажите, пожалуйста. Долго еще этот диалог?
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
Спидран затягивается, да.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew.
Ну ладно, если придется отойти, я отойду, но просто потом я вообще буду без вебки и потише
She'd
гораздо.
look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me.
Буду отходить, скорее всего, часто.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol. Cold rain falls on 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the grey sky by a web of suspension wiring encircled by hybrid aircraft. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghost of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Street lights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it a dark strip of ruins, barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification in the rain, like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
A tragic comedy.
A strange
Я побыстрее буду
seems to
тыкать.
fire up in him again. The familiar put, put, put.
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean, and because of the racists, everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do. Pump full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned. Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III. Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class. Intense, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually...
Я же на кровать вроде это нажимал.
The worst is that old...
Я что-то на самом деле... Ну ладно.
It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade their too. Every morning he's there.
Я на самом деле думаю, что на этом острове должно быть что-то связанное с Фазмидом, и я его просто пропустил каким-то образом.
palaces on feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even we did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people. Might be worth investigating.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plume. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, but that one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Так я уходил, там Гастона не было.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Truss. Not yet. I like to look at him strut around. Place the crosshair on his medals.
Save the treat for later.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. No. I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Druss. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck it.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of something else. But no, it's just hatred.
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something stray, an idea.
Быстрее,
Told to
короче.
him by grown-ups from radio towers and leaflets. In beautiful, and then he lost it. So did they all.
Glad we talked about what? What? But you said I would be taken to the...
Куда?
Some of
Что?
all the erratic movements.
Я сказал, что тебя куда-то отведут?
Exhibited. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on this...
Сейчас еще за ним по острову гоняться, что ли?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat. What?
What are you talking about? Is this?
Your skin crawls.
Здрасте. ГГГ. А вот и оно.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny
Австралийский фазмид.
and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
Наконец-то сошел с ума.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, the hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says
Побрился
something
после
else
феромона.
in a lower pitch.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extreme.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Он такой криповый, как я ненавижу насекомых, блин. Alt F4, все, мы прошли диск Elysium. А я не помню, Че насчет этого мне говорили, я не помню.
With the sound of metal sliding against
Пускай
metal, the
фотографирует.
lieutenant
Ладно
reveals
уж,
the lens.
ошибки совершать,
The
так
globe
ошибки.
glints in his hand as he begins to slide in an ampoule. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. The motions are quick, sudden. Something cracks in the lieutenant. He's letting his pride get in the way.
The ampoule will produce a loud hiss. You're right. It could scare it away. I need a better moment when it's not looking.
I'll wait. I'm on standby, he thinks. His hands sweat. The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air. Slowly. You smell. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. The tracheal system on the creature's abdomen expands in front of you to take in and expel air. It's smelling you. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell like you've never felt before, like burnt roses. The invertebrate stops, raising its side-like arms and tilting its tiny head.
Вырос повешение, отступился от Возмида, знает о партеногенезе.
The effigy is frozen. Then it nudges back into motion with a click.
I exist. Tell me what it's like for you. Fire? Where? I do not have fire inside me. In me, there is not even blood, but lymph.
Какие замечательные диалоги здесь есть.
Now, I will tell you what it's like for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness, being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist. Shades of plants and animals, and in turn, I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never burn. Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all of creation reflected in your foreground. You must be
Это
like
прекрасно.
the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you. That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silence, and when you fall, we will come
Насекомое наблюдает, болеет за тебя.
from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing.
Detective arriving on the scene.
Внутренний империя детектив прибывает на место.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his
На самом деле Возмид, да, убийца?
very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him. I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandia Isoma. For the last 300, gone unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors, I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. can also eat it. If he's alive.
Wait, so
Yes, they don't mind.
yes, of course, the 3 meters tall stick insect would be offended.
No, there is one more.
Самое доброе.
I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind. You cannot lie to me. Behind you is now sapphires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. And it. She was held on earth.
А потом она мне протыкает.
Nature's stick insect to tell you that.
Okay.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned.
Блин, классная арт.
Hypnotized by the flash, it stands frozen before you. The sweat on your arms feels cold as ice, as if you're frozen as well, in the shadow of this great statue of chitinous marble.
I got it.
Immortalized.
Ну да ладно.
Pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone. Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now? In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Снайперский прицел и шлем. Замечательно. Дезертира. Но осталось-то немного, не? Немного же осталось. Японский городовой. Накинулась-то.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking. With fear and longing, like an addict of some terrible substance. The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, This solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. The plastic cape flaps around. The blacks of his eyes are receding. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail
old age and shock. The appearance of the Phasmid in conjunction with the stress of the arrest. He spent his entire life here. For him to leave, we should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here, if we don't take too long.
Вернуться на материк. Ну, типа они... Люди сколько примерно еще? Сколько? Семь часов, блин. Да ладно, господи.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. Two men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm.
Психотрон, пожалуйста, ради всего святого, отъебись, а. Я уже больше не могу терпеть, потому что...
You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Я пытался пошутить, я пытался предупреждать. Все. Терпение просто уже. Пропускай и пропускай. Иди, проходи сам. Закрой стрим, пожалуйста, в правом верхнем углу. Ах.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
That's right. And you're bleeding. We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several...
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar. And this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your act.
We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
To meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Harry, we want to help you. Trant, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a
No, Trant, it's too late. You're part of this shit now.
What does he have to say for himself? Shit, kid. What an interesting moniker.
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trant fucking Hiddleston, and Guillaume baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show. Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trant because I'm forcing him to stay.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G. Bevy. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have...
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing.
Do? It's a Major Crimes Unit. We cleared the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die. Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit a million times over. The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
And the people on the street helped us too, with your...
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come.
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing.
Лодкой Жаки управлял.
Complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, pound, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two...
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful.
А я же не читал в журнале «Прошлые дела», я и забыл тоже про это.
That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is... Look at the ruins, the neon, listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, hardwired to the free market. He just needed...
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
For now, I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the party? Or do we need to get him on the... Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. No, now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? So refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Две шестерочки. Две шестерочки.
Today, badge.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states. Not what is it with all these material objects?
Я улучшил свой пистолет. Теперь это винтовка.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone. So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain classier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the reports, Harry. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know. Sure, if it's part of your master plan. Let's not even get into the other suspect who also escaped. Another detail? Or the fact that you're Everett Claire's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small times compared to the 7 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but
you've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge.
Yeah!
Although
это все-таки под конец.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder.
Так, и я это не брал, мысль, нет. Где это было-то? Жалкий коп 10, коп зануд 7. Ну ладно.
It's just strange, especially in light of his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a true blue moralist, a man of the center, not prone to political outbursts. Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know. But he is vocal.
Что нравится, то и выражаю.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I have seen. He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however
Секундочку еще.
far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which by the way was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Yeah, it was what it was.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now.
Детектив
waiting
сейф с камер, да.
He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard.
Сейчас эта фотография улетает куда-нибудь вдаль.
You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land in the...
Шоколадка мусорок.
Fucking hell. Is this somehow connected to the case?
The killer did not seem to be aware of the phasmid's presence, exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia. He fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Может быть. Все было на самом деле так, что Фазмид каким-то образом жил через этого старика на острове.
It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Yes. Fallen through a gap.
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue.
You're not the only cop in the world.
Still, good work with the missing person.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries, this man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianov.
So, it is...
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of...
Of course, excuse me,
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
Ну так скажем.
I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for...
A strange psychosexual fascination. The result of spending all this time in solitude on the islands of... Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's hand.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way, way, way more.
Get over yourself. You're not a perfectionist. You're a cop and you did a good job. With a lot of help
А,
from
то
the
есть ты сейчас это
and none
сказал,
of this
да?
can hide the smell of booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. It will pass in time.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's
Ну,
alright.
ладно,
I mean,
про остальное я
at
не
this
буду
point,
говорить.
anything is but the drink. I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are. The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Блин, телефон.
Mac the Torso Torsen and Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing.
They are damn iconic though, Torsen and McLean.
У меня есть 5 минут.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage. God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there. Hard. Every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershaw. Faubourg, technically, but it's...
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the...
Thank you again, Lieutenant. Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jam.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine. If we...
She and her husband were conducting the search for the fact they should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news.
Мне так нравится, что Ким тоже как бы это увидел и осознал, что это...
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Distant traffic. A scrap of newspaper drifts by, carried by the wind. It says, tensions rise in Terminal YC in light of the Debardeurs strike in Terminal B. among representatives of every industry in Coal City. You read.
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering. Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. I'm crazy enough.
Ой, блин, прекрати, Ким, давай.
He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
Сливки 57-го участка, с нами детектив Ким Кицураги.
He's really considering it.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Torsen? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Leclerc? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomac.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Все, это конец. Прачки нет на месте. Ну да, видимо. А это здесь что еще? А, я до сих пор хромаю. Жидко. Блин, неопределенно. Блин, я ее долго проходил, но хочу описать диск Elysium фразой «Так много в маленькой игре». Курвиц, Ростов. А с Кендером там тоже какой-то был... Этот... Как тебе поворот сюжета с чем? Что... Убийство произошло вообще... Стрелял левый чел? Знаешь, я немножечко... Как бы это сказать, Кулон? Я детективные жанры на концовках не очень... Я люблю процесс детектива, но я не люблю концовки детективов. Потому что редко хорошо удается... Здесь хорошо удалось. Короче, либо убийцу делать из уже перечисленных, либо убийцу делать со стороны, и все это было вот так вот. Мне понравилось, как здесь обставлено. Мне понравился этот персонаж, из-за чего все это случилось, так скажем. Учитывая мир игры, такой вполне имеет место быть и вполне все сочетается, сходится. Я хочу похлопать ладошки создателям. Вот. Я надеюсь, что если когда-нибудь будет вторая часть, то будут делать нужные люди, так скажем. Вот те же, не знаю. Да мне, скорее всего, да, бежать надо. Но трибунал, я так понимаю, там полностью чисто можно пройти, без смерти парней Харди. В каком-то случае, мне кажется, там... Сейчас быстренько можно. Ну, ладно, это... Пионер с Кинкицураги. Блин, оно никак не это. Давайте потише тогда сделаем. Открываем концовки диска Elysium. Я так и понял, да. После событий трибунала наем концовка может пойти по одному из 3 путей. Если Гарри успешно предупредит Ким во время трибунала, тот успешно останется напарником Гарри и составит ему компанию при путешествовании на морскую крепость для задержания дезертира. Итогами этого будут концовки. Ким возвращается на собственный участок, а Гарри возвращается с коллегами в Джемрок. С нами детектив Ким Кицураги. Ким соглашается на перевод в участок 41 и уезжает вместе с Гарри. Если Гарри не сможет предупредить Кима во время трибунала, тот будет доставлен в госпиталь участка 57 для восстановления после огнестрельного ранения. Это оставит Гарри без напарника. Если Гарри согласится взять Куну с собой, он составит ему компанию при путешествии в морскую крепость. Итогами этого будут концовки. Куна остается в Мартинезе, а Гарри возвращается в Джемрок со своими коллегами. Детектив Куно Дарюйтер. Гарри успешно убеждает Жана Викмара позвать Куно стать младшим офицером в участке. Куно сопровождает Гарри и его коллег в Джемрок. Если Гарри откажется от помощи Куно, он отправится в морскую крепость сам. В зависимости от выборов, сделанных по игре, он может привести к такой концовке. Если Гарри остался полностью трезвым и усвоил мысль пустошь реальности, ему будет разрешено вернуться в участок 41. Если Гарри пил алкоголь и не усвоил мысль пустошь реальности, он остается в Мартинезе, чтобы жить в прибрежной хижине. Уникальные концовки. Сердечный приступ. Шкале здоровья до 0, шкала морали. Полицейский отказался от детективного жанра в пользу социального реализма. Больше мертвых копов. Попытаться арестовать парней Харди. Вместе с Кимом не отступайте. Починить шлюз самостоятельно. Сумасшедший полицейский убивает тебя электрошоком. Рен в трауре, выгоревший полицейский стреляет ребенка. Необходимо выстрелить в Куну при попытке опустить тело. Обалдеть. Выстрелить себе в голову, чтобы указать на Тит Харди. Это мы выходили. Один из погибших в кровавой перестрелке Мартинезе. Ролите ворот от первого выстрела, когда вы без здоровья и лечащих предметов во время трибунала. Коп умер под настилом. Необходимо дать отпор Руби в одиночку. После того, как Руби совершила самоубийство, сообщите Киму, что вы больше не являетесь полицейским. Я на русском смотрю. Закончите игру при выполнении заданий, возьмите responsibility на себя, эвакуируйтесь на корабль коалиции Лаврет мы смотрели. Все. Про мусорку нет ничего. Там есть про мусорку где-то еще что-то. Но я не видел, может я просмотрел немного. Вероятно, надо на английский посмотреть. Будет концов. Замечательно. Как ее там на английском звали? VPX, да, по-моему? А чё-то нету. А, ты про мусорку, блин, господи. Про мусорку, да, такую. Мусорные баки. Что-то меня уже просто переклинило. Я на 20 дел одновременно думаю. Мусорный контент, я понял, блин, что не будем пошлить. Mercenary Tribunal есть отдельная статья даже. Peeping Pistol, не понимаю. Or a Spirit Bomb. Blue Medical Spirit and his horrific necktie. Spoke to him when leaving the Instigator Lair. А у меня почему-то не было. У меня были эти штуки, но... Spirit is Eternal Task. Может быть, у меня не было этого из-за... То есть я мог еще бомбу сделать, если бы на пистолет не вышел. Дайсы есть, кстати. Ну, я говорю, это очень хорошая игра. Единственное, что мне вот прям относительно по-крупному не понравилось, это вот то, что случилось с криптофашистом. Что игра вот просто его отправляет к себе домой и никак с ним больше не взаимодействует. То есть даже вот... То есть мы выполняем этот квест, приоткрываем дверь. Просто никакого продолжения. Это тупик. Абсолютно. Это единственное, что... Мне вот прям, ну как-то обидно, это не довязали. Остальное все, в принципе, хорошо. Отлично, замечательно, похвально. Ладно, все, я ушел. Давайте. Может, обсудим потом еще. Пока.